Just doing a few quick tests here. In the meantime, I might as well get a few things that need to be said out of the way. So first off, I am using my headset mic, in case anyone's wondering why the audio may not sound so clear and crisp, like say using a dedicated mic. But the fact of the matter is, while I do have dedicated mics, I am not going out of my way to set them up. They are too much of a time consumer to be dealing with at this present time. So I'm just using headset mic. Also, I will be using my mobile to track chat. So you'll have to bear with me as I've only got my 2-in-1 to work with. So yeah, all I ask is a little patience, and yeah. So let me just quickly get set up here. I don't know why I say here, but you know what? I'm an idiot. And for some reason I just cannot seemingly access my live stream. So I'll do things from the web browser. When all fails, use a web browser. Oh dear, don't do this. Oh, please. There we go. And can I see the comments on the mobile web browser version? I don't think so. I think mobile web browser needs some uh tweaking because I cannot see the comments, which is exceptionally unfortunate, which means expect to hear a lot of. I expect me to be tabbing out a lot because, yeah, inadvertently I cannot see my chat, and I don't know if YouTube Studio can allow it. Let me just briefly see if I have the ability to do that. This is all usually the stuff I would do behind the scenes just to be sure that everything is in working order. Um, I mean, I could sort of do it with YouTube Studio, but not. You know what? I'll just deal with it. I'll just have to tab out, like, at the end of the episode, and I'll acknowledge any and all comments then. So, we're going to do all 4 episodes of Doom. I predict it'll take me roughly about 5, maybe 6 hours, just them alone, plus Sigil will be about 2, and Sigil 2 will be about another 2, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, around about 10 hours of live streaming. Oh boy! And I am not getting any game audio. I think that might be on my person. Okay, it is going through on my 2-in-1, but I want it. There we go. Now it's coming through the headset. It was coming through my 2-in-1 speakers there, so I was a bit worried. I'm also going to turn this music down just enough. So I think 0.5 will start at, and then I'll just amend it based at the end of the episode whether or not people believe that the music was either too loud or too soft, or the master volume is like that. So hold on. Let's put this to 50. And I'll keep the sounds volume there. Okay, there we go. Oh boy, I need to change the DPI. There we go. So, I do know some people might be asking why this thing looks a little more pixelated than it normally is. Or maybe it doesn't look pixelated. I kind of tried to set it up to look a lot closer to OG Doom in the way that it's pixelated at a distance. Let me have a look here. Yeah, it sort of does. So, good enough for me. That's kind of what I want, is the Doom, the very, like, old-school Doom-like effect. And you can achieve it in GZ Doom, but it does involve tweaking your settings a bit to get it. But I'm getting what I want here. I don't know why I'm crouched. Why would I crouch? What did I press to cause myself to crouch? What did I press here? Guy accidentally presses the crouch button. Because there's... Ouch. Yeah, there we go, that's better. I was wondering why I was like, you know, crouching, because that's not a native thing in Doom, and more importantly to the matter, it just made everything feel a lot bigger than it is. But in turn, I probably might die right off the bat here, because hit scanners are notoriously good at hitting, especially on higher difficulties. I called it. I called it. I called it, I called it, I called it. I so called it. I do like the fact that my HUD stretches the screen, which is good. This is, to me, exactly what I want, is screen stretching, so that way I can get the authentic Doom experience. Die! Just die. Thank you. Die, thank you. And for those of you wondering, I am using keyboard and mouse because, I don't know, it just makes it a little easier for me. I can play with pure keyboard, if asked, but I mean, I'm going to do things kind of... again, I question why it crouches me like that. Because it, again, crouch is not a native thing in Doom. At least not in this Doom. Just die. At least this time I have more health to play with. There was one time where I actually, like, sort of... I did a no damage run once, and that was quite interesting. That took me forever and a day to do, because the way Doom works is it's not real RNG that affects different things. It's actually persuado RNG. You got to think of it sort of like a table of sorts. Like there's a table of 256 slots from 0 to 255, and the table just basically goes all the way from it basically just goes across the table. So like it'll go from left to right and progressively go down the table. So anytime an RNG call is made, it's basically referencing that table. And yeah, it's rare for you to get max damage on all weapons, and even rarer for the enemies to just one-shot you. Also, I'm not going for 100% secrets. This is instinct at this point that I go for 100% secrets on the E1M1. It's just something that's ingrained into my head to always go for 100% secrets. But I might not even get it. But no, I'm apparently that good at E1M1. But then again, I shouldn't be so surprised. I played E1M1 that much that the entire map is just ingrained in my head. I know everything about E1M1. I know where all the secrets are, where all the items are, where all the monsters are. I know everything. When you die, I also know. I know majority of where the secrets and whatnot are for the first episode of Doom. This episode, but the same can't be said for the others. The same simply cannot be said for the others. And I definitely don't know where all the secrets and whatnot are for Sigil, so there will definitely be a bit of inconsistency in the way I'm not 100%ing this, probably in the way some would expect me to be, considering I like touting myself as the King of Doom. So yeah. Die, cunt. Die, bitch. Die, motherfucker. I'm gonna just up my DPI a little here. Just because I'm using a piece of paper as my mouse pad, because technically the thing that's under it has a very adhesive surface, unfortunately. Well, not adhesive to where the paper sticks on it, but when you put, the mouse on it, it doesn't track very well. Like, it feels like you're dragging the mouse along some goddamn sandpaper. Not very pleasant. So, now the thing is, motherfucker. Yes, I know all the secrets to it. I promise you, it's just ingrained into my head that anytime I play episode 1, I simply must, complete every single, level with 100% items, kills, and secrets. It's just, I promise you, it's ingrained into my head. That's literally the only reason why I'm 100%ing this one too, is because it's just ingrained into my head. Sadly, I have not set up any kind of notifications to let me know if someone has donated or whatever. I probably should set that up for a lack of ability to read comments. The problem with that is actually very simple enough when you think about it, and that is when you're a big live streamer and you set up that kind of thing. I know I'm not a big live streamer, but when you are a big live streamer and you try to do that, when you try to have the comments pop up while you're playing, it gets annoying very quickly when you're getting thousands of messages, because you don't really get a chance to read them because they're just coming in at such a rate that it's just you can't keep up. That's why most streamers don't do that. So I know one of these is the there it is. It's so early in the morning for me. Like, normally I would be relaxing on the couch and letting my brain begin its unwinding for the day. But I knew that I was going to be doing this Doom-A-Thon, and better to get it done now than when I don't have that kind of time. Because I want to make sure I live stream Doom: The Dark Ages when it releases on the day of its release, like I did for Doom Eternal. So that meant, doing a full-on Doom-A-Thon, and I meant to do it last month, and I never did. And for that, all I can say is, I'm sorry, but life gets on top of me very easily. Hello, you're dead. Hello, you're gonna be dead too. And you're gonna be dead too. Come on, stop moving. Even though I know better. Oh, you guys, punks killed the enemies before I got a chance to. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah. Make sure I grab everything. I think I've grabbed everything. 6 out of 6, 79 out of 79. I feel confident, so let's move. Ah, okay, I missed an item. Yeah, there is a possibility of that happening, and I imagine from here on out that's going to become a regular frequency. Like, I played E1M1 to no end, so it really is no real shock that I am able to 100% complete E1M1. So, yeah, I wouldn't be necessarily a person in shock that E1M1 was as 100% completed, because I play E1M1 to a rather unhealthy extent whenever I play Doom. I accidentally keep turning on my caps lock and I don't mean to, and that brings my pace down to a agonizing crawl. Come on, blow up the barrel, please. Oh, you motherfucker. Thank you. Go up here. There's some health, much needed. And we'll go here. Oh, my wrist is already beginning to ache for some reason. Tell you what, we'll clear out the enemies here first, and then we can worry about my wrist after the fact. Because there will be ample time for my wrists later. Yeah, I don't want to blow myself up. I don't want to do that. Nope, nope, nope. I hear you guys. And there we go. Everyone's first instinct is when they pick up the rocket launcher just to fire the rocket launcher, but the fact of the matter is, you do that and you're gonna die. So, now that we've gotten pretty much everything, I need to take care of the rest. And also have a drink of my cup of coffee, because, yeah, I make it and I have a tendency to not drink it and get caught up in other things. Ah, coffee. Homemade. Because I can't afford to go out making coffees. I could if you guys donated, because then it would just make it so I save up on some of the coffee stuff, but yeah. I mean, donate or not, that's up to you. Oh wait, I didn't set up all the donation stuff. Ah, oh well. No biggie. No biggie whatsoever. I'm not too worried though. I do like John Romero's design. It really is masterful in every way. It's also been my sort of general understanding that most Doom levels really shouldn't be more than maybe at most 30 odd minutes long. But I generally go by just saying a level should be half of that, because for Let's Players, half of that should be devoted to so far like explaining, you know, stuff in the map and whatnot. So I feel like honestly a good map should only be like at most 15 minutes long in length. But I'm also a very clinical, like, to be clear, I haven't released any maps, but when it comes to me and mapping, I'm a very clinical mapper. Like, I'm very much a man of, like, you know, like, I don't believe in just kind of free-forming it. I'm very clinical with my maps, very, thought-heavy, I guess, would be the word. God, this piece of paper really doesn't track well either. But it tracks better than, it tracks better than everything else, I'll give you that. I'm smart. I know that these will open up with enemies. Oomph. So this will lead to the secret level, which is exactly why I went this way. But there's also more level left to go, with more enemies left to go, and I have every intent on getting them first. I don't know why I keep pressing the C button. It really annoys me. Like, there's nothing in Doom that promotes crouching, but actually, now that I think about it, that could probably be something my maps have in common. Oh god, I need to just take care of my wrist. So, the way Doom levels work is... Hold on. The way Doom level, especially walls, works, more or less, is in your like mapping software, whatever the mapping software is that you're using. Most will do Ultimate Doom Builder. But in that, when you're doing walls, you can either raise or lower them. And so one of the things I have now as an idea is I could use GZ, the crouching feature, to the advantage in the way that I can make it so a wall is low enough that it actually gets you to use the crouch button. Which does seem a bit like sacrilege, doesn't it? But, you know, it's using sort of that crouch mechanic to Doom's benefit. Because I think it would be an interesting thing to do. But I guess we'd have to find out when I start making maps and testing like a madman, but I'm in no hurry to make a Doom map. Like, it's mostly because I just don't have that it's because I'm too clinical, definitely. But it's also because I have a very lackluster kind of design sense. So I'm not exactly flexible with my levels. Like, I like having organization and whatnot. I have an idea for a little Doom megawatt, 36 levels, which is how many levels there are in Ultimate Doom. That's the original exit, but we're going the secret way. What do we got? 131 out of... So we're pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Does whatever pretty good does. And there we go. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm being a bit careful here because I don't want to die. Even though I got plenty of health. Like, the argument goes, you know, when you got plenty of health, you can afford to be a nutcase. Die, motherfuckers. So, just take care of you two motherfuckers while we're ahead of ourselves here. There we go. And... alright. Also, expect me to be silent a good chunk of times because, you know, I'm focused. But that's not to say I'm not up to chat every now and then. If I have something to say, like if I feel like there's something that I want to say, then I'll say it. But yeah, I will say, expect there to be tons of silence. So, but yeah, Doom levels are very interesting, and I definitely could do some things that make use of like crouching and jumping and whatnot that really gives players that kind of flexibility within Doom's limits. It's just I don't have that kind of I'm not very creative. I'll put it that way. I'm very lacking in the world of creativity. I've also saved my rockets because I know there's going to be a room I need to go to eventually. Oh shit, what have I done to myself? I've given myself a bit more of a task than I need. Hello. There you are. This room requires me to have... Now, some of you might be wondering how the hell did they achieve this? So, you see that little hole? Audio travels in that small hole. That's how they got past that. Basically, I'll just pause for a moment. I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. Let's say you've got a square room, right? You got your square room where you're intending to spawn your monsters in. You would build an adjacent room where all your monsters are, and a teleporter. The teleporter would link to an area in the main room, but of course, without some mean of sound travelling, the monsters won't trigger. So what you would do is you would create a small sector that's say like 1 Doom pixel long, like, you know, a few, just like 1 pixel long, just a tiny little tunnel that connects to the main room. When you fire your weapon, the audio from your weapon will travel through that tiny hole to the other room, triggering the monsters, and in turn having them go over the teleporter, which in turn, of course, allows them to spawn. And so that's how they achieved that. And John Romero is an expert at doing that, and he does... I know he does that in Sigil 2. I think he does it in Sigil 1? I'm not 100% sure though. So, but that's how that was achieved. And it is truly a masterstroke of genius, in my opinion. So... like, it's a great way of really making use of the engine's limits to make something magnificent. And, yeah, I definitely am kissing John Romero's metaphorical ass. Though, in fairness to him, he definitely deserves it. Like, he's done so much in terms of, like, these levels, and they're all masterstrokes of genius, so... well, that took care of them. But not them. I'm not looking forward to episode 2 for the simple fact that, for me, episode 2 is a bit of a kind of thing. Like, I don't fancy episode 2 as a bunch of Doom levels, because most of them were made by Sandy Peterson, and they're, in my honest opinion, very, very crud. Like, I don't like episode 2 all that much. That's not to say there aren't a few episode 2 maps that I don't like, that I do. There are a few that I do like, but it's just majority of what's in episode 2 is very hard to like. Yeah, not very badass of me to be doing things so cautiously, but you know what? You do it works for you, really. Oops. Well, I guess I'm going in here now. I assure you that was not the intent, but that's what ended up happening, so I'm gonna just... This is gonna end badly, I can tell. Ow! I forgot you were a thing. So we'll go here quickly. And I'm so bad at parkour. So what I want right now is the rockets, and I'm, again, very bad at parkour. So I've missed a monster, clearly. And you know what, screw the rockets. Screw that room. I hear him. Oh, he's stuck there. He's stuck behind that wall. So as you guys saw, that room is where those vectors came out. It is interesting how John Romero, like, let me make something clear. John Romero did a good chunk of episode 1. This actually technically was started as a Tom Hall level. However, he left midway through Doom's development. The basic story behind Tom Hall's leaving was actually very different. Basically put, he wanted to go back to Commander Keen. He loved Commander Keen. He loved making, kind of, childish games. So he really wanted id to go back to Commander Keen because he had a kind of George Lucas, triple trilogy kind of thing where he had the idea of making, 3 trilogies of Commander Keen. But that obviously never came to fruition as they only ended up doing 2. So yeah, so he, Tom Hall really wanted him to go back to Commander Keen after the Wolfenstein, because he was not very happy with violent video games at the time. He didn't like the idea of, stuff like Wolfenstein and later Doom. Bearing in mind, this is like back then, not now, as far as I'm aware. But he was not happy, evidently. And so, as such, he tried to do what he could for the level. He made a Doom Bible, which is basically a game design document, more or less. He had like a whole story formulated for the game, and majority of it got just discarded. And as John Carmack would later come to say and be quoted on, is story in a video game is like story in a porn film. It's expected to be there, but it's not important. And you know, I definitely agree with that notion because you know, to me, gameplay matters far more than story in a video game, to the point where, you know, story is very linear, and when you're... Damn it. Oh well, I got this ID clip. Because I am not about to miss this one secret that I know I could have done. Like, I know I could have done that, it's just I was horrifyingly mistimed. But, yeah. So, John Carmack and the rest of the team were just like, we don't care to make another Commander King game, we were going to make another FPS. So naturally Tom tried to chip in and did what he could. Majority of his work went down the bin. What little remains is, you know, small bits of his levels. Most of which will make their way into Doom 2. So... Yeah, it goes pretty much without saying that Tom Hall's work was not very well appreciated. Which is kind of sad, actually, but oh well. There's an interesting fact about this room, which I will enlighten you guys to once I have taken care of the Pinky and the demon here. But the imp. Bleh. So, believe it or not, this room was actually done by John Romero, and it originally was meant to look like a swastika. However, a vet apparently did not, like an actual like World War II vet, didn't like it, and so out of respect, John Romero changed it. So good on you, John Romero. I'm sure that someone could easily like go into a map editor and turn it back into a swastika, but the funny thing is, the swastika wasn't like promoting Nazism. It was, according to John Romero, it was a reference to Wolfenstein 3D, or that was the intention, was to reference Wolfenstein 3D. So, yeah. It is very clear that I'm shooting a lot of information. Doom is my favorite video game, so I think it's pretty clear my enthusiasm for the game franchise will definitely shine very heavily. Like, I don't think that there's ever any... No franchise has ever had me go that far in depth as Doom. Doom is like the first one where, well, really the only one where it's like, I know almost as much as the original developers do. So, now this is the part of Tom Hall's design. Originally it was a flat maze. John Romero just kind of, you know, took the level and just was like, let me just add some variations in height. So technically the maze is purely of Tom Hall's design. It's just that the actual variation in height is what John Romero, you know, did. So, I mean, these are very claustrophobic, and I don't like... I have claustrophobia, but this part of the level I really don't like. So, I don't know what Tom Hall was thinking, but if it's any consolation prize, this is probably the closest you'll get to a good Tom Hall Doom 1 level. But yeah, Tom Hall basically left the company midway through Doom's development just because creative differences, more or less. It was just like, oh, so you know, my creative input is not being, you know, valued, it's being largely ignored, so he was like, okay, I guess I'll leave. So, he left. Alrighty. promise you guys I'm just good enough at good at Doom. I promise. Fine, I'm not exactly, you know, making this a flawlessly damageless run, but I never said I was going for a damageless run. Oh, that would be many restarts and much frustration on my part. Not on my, not in a million years would I subjugate myself to such torture. I've done it for E1M1, and you know, it was a pain in the ass to do then, and I don't want to subjugate myself to that again. Maybe one day when I'm feeling, you know, like inflicting pain among myself, maybe I might do it. But I'm in no hurry to do it. No you don't. No you don't. No you don't. That hurts. That really, really hurts. Maybe I should try a damageless run, but again, the way the RNG of Doom works is some levels are brutally unfair to the point where you cannot do a damageless run. No, I joke not. Doom's RNG is, at the worst of times, deathly brutal. Like, you cannot do a completely 100% damageless run in Doom. You will go insane. I am sure of it. But hey, if someone wants to take up that mantle, I'm certainly happy to watch someone try their luck at it. I certainly would be intrigued to see it happen. But I imagine the person that does it will lose their sanity for it. And I don't know if it's worth losing your sanity over a simple challenge for a video game. So, don't lose your sanity. Oh, gosh, the way I play. Just gonna stretch quickly. I'm just gonna do a quick comment check here, as well as a general status check while I'm ahead of you. So, what we have here is stream health. Everything is healthy. All good. Great and excellent. I would probably one day do a live stream where I'm making a map, but that'll be the day when I'm, you know, somehow feeling that creative spark as well as live streaming it. The thing is, like, I'm very much a dreamer. I dream of doing things, but their coming to fruition is usually not possible. I aspire big, but the aspiration is simply too big for me to be able to fulfill. This is an interesting use of the invisibility. Unfortunately, what opens up on this side also opens up on the other side, meaning you have to be not cornered if you can avoid it. Which is very much easier said than done, as I become pretty much an absolute bullet sponge. Also, how is it you are able to see me when I'm invisible? That shouldn't be possible. Or at least not realistically. And I think there is something coded into it that they take an educated guess where they are. But I've forgotten what the, whether or not if it's a calculation or an RNG call or... Like, I can't give an answer to that one. Take care of that. Get me on here. There's health. Or an armor, rather. I had a feeling that was the case. There we go, that's full armor. There we go. A secret. In a secret. Which is very bizarre, but okay. Do I still have any coffee left? Nope. Out. That's good. I'm good for another, like, I don't know, 2 or so hours. I am not going to be aching for another coffee anytime soon. I did basically the research. Technically speaking, the most amount of cups one should ingest per day is basically about 4 cups of coffee a day. After that, yeah, you probably shouldn't be. But in theory, 8 cups of coffee, in theory, could keep you going for like 12 hours a day. But for maximum effectiveness, for like 16 hours a day, you only need 4 cups of coffee. Because if everything was optimal and everyone did things optimally, you would sleep 8 hours a day, and the fact is there's 24 hours in a day, right? So what you would do, you would sleep your 8 hours, which would give you 16 hours of the day. Then, if you want to know how much you would ingest in coffee, you basically divide 16 by 4, which gives you 4. Which means every 4 hours, you have a coffee. Technically, this live stream will be going a little bit less than that, so I might only just need 3 cuppers, possibly? But, I don't know, I don't drink that much coffee to begin with. I usually have my morning coffee, and then I'm good for the rest of the day. So... you know. But who knows, maybe I might get another coffee if I find myself needing another buzz of caffeine. I don't know. Things to be found out. Dead you are. And there we go. Hello, you're dead now. You're dead. Thank you. I hate this little bit. This was also Tom Hall's doing. This is probably the closest thing to a pure, like, Tom Hall thing that we'll get, where it remains as unaltered as it was when it was created. I can't see. And now I can see. Ow! Motherfucker. Well, that's one way to get rid of them. This opens up. Good. And this opens up to that area. Always nice. Always nice. And there's the exit. I used to be scared to death of the Pinky Demons. Like, I always used to find the Pinky Demons very, scary. But, not anymore. This is one of the few Episode 1 levels I hate. One of the few John Romero levels that I absolutely hate. It's... I don't know how to put it, but this is just one of those levels that he made that I don't like. I'm not saying John Romero's levels are bad, this one's just particularly bad. There we go, that took care of them. Yeah, part of the reason why I don't like this level is because there's a very confusing maze part, but bizarrely enough, there is a way to get past majority of it, to the bizarreness of it. I'm actually going to do this, because I can make use of these barrels, and give the barrels some real use. Oh shit. No, no, no. They blew themselves up, that was good. That was great. Oh shit. You don't want to get cornered. And I also want to make sure the hit scanners are the first ones gone, because the hit scanners are pretty bad, and if you get caught, you're dead. As I could have been. Oh. I think the reason why my arm might be hurting is because it's lower, like it's closer to my hip rather than elevated. But I do have a means of elevating my arm, and I will do that in a moment. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do it now. Let me go grab my my thing that I use when I need to put my laptop on something, but I'm going to use it to elevate my keyboard. It's a tiny little like collapsible mini table, I guess you could call it. Perfect for when you find yourself needing to elevate something a little higher. Ain't no mountain high enough. Or in this case, ain't no keyboard high enough. This is probably going to look weird to me. It'll function well enough. Now let me just put myself into a bit comfortable position. That might work, it might not. We'll find out. Yeah, that's going to become discomforting very quickly, because the hinge that, you know, allows it to collapse is already digging into my gut. And that's painful. Don't kill me. I do not deserve death. Okay. Okay, this thing is already digging. Let me just lower a bit. Okay, that's a bit better. Just marginally by digging in pushing it down a bit. Now, I don't want to die. I think there's a health pack here. Yes, there is. Thank good. It's nice when there's an added benefit. But yeah, this is one of my very few John Romero made levels that I absolutely hate. It's one of the very few that he's made that I absolutely despise. God, even my aim at times is darn equivalent to that of most enemies. I can't remember the exact RNG, but I think the way the code goes when you're invisible is the enemy will do sort of like I guess you could say a aim check or something like that. I don't remember the exactings, so don't quote me on it. But it's meant to be a check where if you're invisible, it will randomly. I don't remember how to explain it, but they do a check. They'll like scan within their sort of line range, I guess, and then they'll fire their weapon. And if they don't hit anything, then they just move on to a next vector or something like that. and they'll just basically keep firing randomly in a direction until they hit something, more or less. I don't know. The hit scanners are nightmares when you're invisible. Now, there's a funny way around the. That will lower. Watch. I go here. Now, this thing is an excellent way around the worst part of this level. But it is also a bit. I mean, I certainly consider it a bit cheating because it's, you know, not supposed to happen this way. But this is the way through the proverbial back door, if you will. So it seems very much like cheating going through the back door like this, and you just avoid the maze. But the problem is there are monsters in the little maze-like area that kind of need to be killed. So but by killing them here means that there's less work for me to have to deal with when I go into the maze. There's also these dudes, which, because I opened up that area, I've allowed this to be observe and learn. Ow! I want my health, and I want back out. I want out! Alright. This. Right here. This I hate. I hate mazes. And before anyone asks, in terms of Doom, I hate archviles, which you won't encounter in Ultimate Doom, but you will in... Wow. I am such an idiot. And back to the beginning we go. Oh. That's... How long have I been live for already? Give or take about an hour, so... Normally by now I would easily have the game, like, beaten. But nope, there was no beating it this time round. Because I don't play very conservatively, not often. Doom is not a game for conservatists. Doom is a game for people who don't care for conservatism. This is not a game for the politically correct pussies. This is not a game for the, you know, the social justice wimps. This is a real man's game. Don't stuck me. Ow! I'm definitely not playing so well this time round. Again, this is just that one of the two levels that literally will happen back to back. I joke not. They will happen back to back, and I hate them. There's a few levels I cannot stand. This one and the level after it. Like, I don't like this level. Just having to scratch the nose there. I'm gonna save it because I just don't want to go through more of a headache than I have to. No. There we go. Oh, that was definitely an error on my part. That was just me being far too trigger happy. Annihilate them. Hello. You're dead now. Yeah, I'm a trigger happy lunatic. And we'll just make sure that we get these guys. I'm definitely not definitely not looking forward to episode 2. When I get to that, that's going to be joy. The sweet joy of episode 2, i.e. hell. Well, it's not actually a hell level. Episode 3 is hell, technically. But the way I see it, episode 2 is just hell. More hell. I need to scratch the nose again and again and again. Don't know why. Something's inside the skin, under the skin, where I can't get to it. Constantly forcing me to scratch. There we go. And last but not least, you must die. And you must die. Ugh. Every time I feel a vibration from my phone, it makes me kind of want to double check and triple check and... Okay. Do that. Again, just really don't like this level. Hello. And go down here. Deal with these bastards. Well, there goes the rad suit. And there goes the invis. That's alright. Come on. Okay, there's no way I'm reaching them. That's alright. Get out, 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 get out. Please. This level. I hate this level. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. And I'm low on health. Beautiful. I'm gonna save it because I don't wanna have to restart this thing again. There we go, there's start and that's that, and now I just gotta using level. I don't know what John Romero was thinking when he made this level, but it's like it's a monstrosity, that's what it is. May as well hold down the trigger at this point. Take care of that and that. That opens up the door. For some reason, the enemies just will not come across here, which I've always found a bit weird, but okay. Ouch, I went right into that when I really didn't want to. I like the DOSy look because it really does harken back to the original platform Doom released on, which is very much which was DOS. It's funny, by the time like Ultimate Doom released, the PS1 was no more than a year away, and when the PS1 released, they got their own version of Doom, and it couldn't render a faithful rendition of Doom on its hardware, despite the fact that the PS1 is a 3D capable console. Like, we're talking sprites here. Like, this is 90% of what you play in Doom is sprites. Actually, 100% of it is sprites. And also, it's not true 3D either. Like, believe it or not, Doom is not as 3D as many people like to tote it is. Like it's known as Persuado 3D, or even 2.5D if you will. Basically, what you're doing is just raycasting lines that are made on a 2D plane. You're basically raycasting. You're taking lines that are made on a 2D plane and translating them into a 3D owl, a 3D space. This is going to be agony. And I shouldn't blow them up, but I am because I want room. If you're not ready for this, then you're going to suffer. Ow. That. Right there. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be caught with your pants down there. Yeah, that's the... Ow! Goes pretty much without saying that you don't want to be caught in this particular room with your pants down. You really don't. Also, I've not used the chain gun once in this entire first episode, which is quite amusing to me. But then again, to be fair, the shotgun does tend to be the workhorse of the game. Just checking my keyboard because it does rock. This one. This is the second of the Romero maps I don't like from episode 1. And the fact that they're back to back does stretch. Does tell you a lot. There's something about this level I don't like, just like the first one. So between the last map and this map, this one's a little more tolerable, I'd say. Like, at least this one I can tolerate. But, yeah, last map and this map, I have very little love for. Die. Hello. That's what you get for trying to pick me off. I'm going to save it. I find that also a wee bit weird when I press the escape button, it goes to the reduced HUD. But I do like that. Oh boy. So I do try to pick enemies off wherever I can to make my job just a little easier. But can't always guarantee that. There's enemies across the room that I can't get to, that's alright. This is horror. Motherfucker. I definitely think the DPI is a bit too much. Bye bye. I'm silent because I'm just so focused. When I'm focused, I'm silent, and that's probably a good thing. But I have to scratch every time. How long have I been going for at this point? 1 hour and yeah, give or take 1.2 hours. Or 1 hour 20 minutes rather. Give or take. Which is alright, I guess. Oh boy. I had that feeling. Oh fuck. There we go. Wretch. Now one of these leads to somewhere. Hello. That's exactly what I needed actually. This is one way of getting that. Ooh, what a area map. Just gonna take care of these guys so that way I don't have to fuss over them later. You know? There's enemies in here that really wanted to send me to hell. The fact is that I'm not stuck in hell with the demons are stuck in hell here with me. So they really should be fearing me. But yeah, the shotgun really is the workhorse of Doom, and I've just not used the chain gun once, despite the fact that it is very much available to me. But aside from maybe that first room, where there's a lot of demons to be dealt with, I don't see much of a need for it. Considering that the rocket launcher can make a equally as effective crowd control weapon with a splash damage to boot. Like the chain gun is a case of like, yeah, it contains the crowds, but a rocket launcher is basically a crowd controller with splash damage, basically. And there we go. Stop. Stop missing me. Yeah, you guys don't stand a chance. Hold on. May as well save it while I'm ahead of myself here. Did I not get the blue key? Oh, because I'm an idiot and I forgot that you gotta go down. Yep. Yep. I remember now. My brain works. Somewhat. You see, that might have been a mini closet. Damn it. What have I done? Like, that would have been a mini closet where the chain gun would have made sense. But again, the rocket launcher does an equal in part effective job and has additional splash damage, making it so the chain gun is just kind of not worth it. Ow! Oh no. Oh no! 6 health, where's some health packs? Doom to search for health packs. This is an interesting area. But it's also could be my death. I predicted that. Which is where my little crowd controller comes in. Motherfucker! Alright. No more Mr. Nice Guy. We'll be using the rocket launcher to make short work of the enemies that refuse to die. Oh, for God's sake. I keep forgetting about the bloody enemies at that window. I'm moving around because I'm on my couch. Or my brother's couch, but you get what I mean. A couch nonetheless. And so, what I'm thinking now is kind of a cheat scene. Oh, there goes my main one. My crowd controller. But hopefully, that does make it so I don't have to worry too much. Or as much. Aha. Don't mind me just casually picking enemies off before I even come close to encountering them. Ow. Ah, the shotgun, the workhorse of Doom. Yeah, this is going to end very, very poorly. So, literally working on the fringes of death here. And trying to take things one step at a time. Every last midget of health is helpful. Normally I would just go in guns blazing, but I'm not in that kind of position. And because I took care of most of the enemies that come out, I say most, not all. Or maybe I have taken care of all. Alright, Phobos Anomaly. This is the level where you don't want to be low health because you are going to absolutely regret being on low health. And, yeah. Oh. Yeah, that took care of most of them, but not all of them. Sometimes it will take care of all of them. And then sometimes it just won't even do close. Yes, give me health. A boss fight is on the way. And am I really out of rockets? Well, we'll hopefully be getting more soon. Ow! Oh my god, we might actually be using the chain gun for the first time. Oh, hold on. I need to take a moment to breathe. It is still relatively early morning. At the time of like this moment, it's like 8:26. So, and I started at like 7:55. So, I don't even know anymore. But this is going to be actually save it, because worst comes to worst, I'm gonna end up getting my ass handed to me, and this is why. Yeah, you really do not want to be stuck. What do you know? The first time when I'm actually using the chain gun. Surprising how I didn't need to use my chain gun right until the last level. That takes care of them. That's the first time I've had to use the chain gun this entire playthrough. Which is so surprising because it is a good crowd controlling weapon. Now, this part that's about to come up is, well, you'll soon find out. But this is how they decided to end episode 1. And it's interesting and also seems a bit unfair. So, let us save it because I don't know why I'm saving it. There's a script specifically designed to make it so you get to a set to like 1% health and then it does this. Should I do an accent with this thing? Probably not. Once you beat the big badasses and clean out the moon base, you're supposed to win, aren't you? Aren't you? Where's your fat reward and ticket home? What the hell is this? It's not supposed to end this way. It stinks like rotten meat, but looks like the lost Deimos base. Looks like you're stuck on the shores of hell. The only way out is through. Ah, ah, ah. And then of course the little plug. And there we go. So, there we go. Episode 1 completed of 4. So we're about 1/4 of the way through already. And we're only... what are we at? Where are we at? Give or take. Let me just check my thing here. Just checking everything and... Let's see. We give or take... about an hour and a half through, so... Yeah, this is gonna be fun! Now comes my least favorite kind of... Hold on. I'm gonna just take a moment to pause here. Give myself a stretch before we continue. Because I do need to stretch. It's important when you, like, sit a lot to stretch because you need to keep blood flowing where it needs to go. And stretching is a good way of doing that. It also keeps the muscles in somewhat of an activated state. I'm gonna just close the front door quick. Alright. So, episode 2. It's largely Sandy Peterson levels, but they're more so a mix of Sandy Peterson Tom Hall levels because these are basically levels where Tom Hall might have started a few in places, but when Tom Hall left and Sandy Peterson came by, Sandy Peterson was just tasked with finishing what Tom Hall started. So a lot of this is mostly just the cobbling of anything, but from how I understand it, whereas Romero focused on the aesthetic of his levels, Sandy Peterson focused more on the function of the levels. He didn't care so much if the levels were all that pretty and amazing. He cared whether or not if they were functional and served some kind of purpose. which I can get behind that. But it's just the levels. I feel like there is an importance to the whole aesthetic of it all. Like, the function of a level is all well and good, but I do believe how the level is presented is equally as important. Alright, now that I've stretched and given my body a bit of a momentarily walk around the house, we can resume with the my least favorite Doom level, or my least favorite Doom episode. The good thing is, me stretching has refreshed my legs, and I'll probably do that when we get to episode 3. I feel like it is always important to stretch, so I will be doing a lot of that. Getting up and stretching. Very important. Stretching, of the utmost importance. Keeps the blood going. Ouch. Now there's a... I know all the secrets of the first level of episode 2. I can't guarantee the same for the rest. Ah, my favorite enemy. The ripe pink tomato, also known as the Cacodemon. Oh my god. Oh my god, too tight. So, the Cacodemon technically is more inspired by D&D in many ways. He's technically inspired by the Beholder, but his design, on the other hand, is a lot closer to the Astral Dreadnought. So, he borrows a design from an Astral Dreadnought, but his, I guess you could say his function is a lot closer to his, to the Beholder. Now I'm taking care of these pinkies up here while I'm ahead of myself, while they're in a position where they can't get to me. So that way I'm not having to deal with as many of them. Now the funny thing is that I use the shotgun because it really is the workhorse, as I've said many a time. But also, its damage is just brutal. Like, I love the shotgun. And I will happily use the shotgun for pretty much a good majority of this game. So, don't at me for using the shotgun more than I use any other weapon. I'm going to use the workhorse of Doom. I do love the shotgun. I also like the Cacodemon. This is my favorite enemy in all of Doom. This is a nasty trap, which I'm going to make use of the plasma rifle for this. And that makes short work of him. Normally I could get 100... Well, there we go. 100% have done E1M2. E2M2. E2M1. Blech. I'll get the words out. This is probably the first of the levels where I don't like the design choice here. So this is the first of the sort of maps, I guess you could say. I want my workhorse, but I guess I can't have access to it because I'm out of ammo for it, which is unfortunate. That's alright. And never mind, we're going to just casually pick up the berserk fist and just turn you into a thin red paste. Time to die. Time to die. Oh, but not me. Call the hospital, but not for me. I already missed my little workhorse. There we go. Hold on. This was definitely a Tom Hall level. Like, this is his. Definitely. Also, bizarrely enough, this would also be a level I'd kind of make. Just let me just make a maze full of crates because that's the thing I hate, and I imagine that's the thing players would hate too. So, yeah, this would be a level I would make. Very maze-like, very like uninspired. The thing with me and maps is like, I would make a map pack where I would kind of have certain themes for certain maps. For example, one of the maps I have ideas for is like a map that's designed to taunt the player in the worst way possible. And by taunt, I mean like having like, say, enemies in just barely able to be reached areas, having, you know, archviles behind walls, sort of Plutonia level shit. And just being the definition of a sadistic maniac who thrives on the pain of others, if that makes any sense. So, that's definitely one of the ideas I have, but I would always take it one step further. Like, I would be there thinking, what is the absolute cruelest thing I could do to a player? What is, you know, something that, you know, players would absolutely hate me for, to the point where it's like, they would call it the worst map ever. Like, I am definitely that kind of, you know, cruel, you know, mapper. Like, it's all about embracing the whole you know, you cannot pass this level vibe. Alright, this is an interesting... Oh, this is more than just torture, this one. I know one of these opens up. Now where's the I know where to do this yellow key bit. And there we go. That's interesting in itself, but... Ow! Where? Hey! Hello. I don't know where you guys came from, but... The fact is, you are enemies and you will be killed. This level will have a moment of pure sadism in my eyes. Now, I will say I do understand that a good level should be fun. But I think honestly the argument could be made that, you know, Plutonia is nothing but a sadist nightmare, and yet people do very much enjoy Plutonia. Which would have me be led to the assumption that, you know, people don't mind, you know, a level being, you know, a sadistic nightmare to go through, so long as it gives them an ability to beat it. So that's how I see, you know, my maps is like there's room for that Pinky's gonna get caught and killed. And there's this. This is the sadist nightmare. Ow. So notice the chain gun here, right? They're expecting you to pick that up and defeat what's about to happen with that. Not on their lives. These. Ugh, I hate Lost Souls. I hate Archfiles more, but I hate Lost Souls. They expect you to pick up that chainsaw and defeat those Lost Souls with a chainsaw. Ow. Not on their lives. I wouldn't ever beat that many Lost Souls in a room with a chainsaw, even if you were begging. I did not mean to use the chain gun so haphazardly. That's just what it defaulted to. I mean, we're clearing out the enemies. I'm almost only 15 enemies left. Now, I gotta remember where to go. And my memory is not as sharp as it used to be. The old noggin ain't as sharp as she used to be. Why am I getting that compulsion to want to complete this level? As in, like, get the rest of the set. You know what? Fuck that. Fuck that! There we go. Let's take care of these enemies first. This level. Oh, the nightmares. The Vietnam flashbacks I get with this one. I hate this level. I hate this level. Of all the episode 2 maps, this one is the one I hate. I'm tempted to go down to the store and buy myself some bloody snacks for this thing, but to stop the live stream just to get some snacks seems rather, I don't know, wrong. I just need to breathe before I start this level officially. I hate episode 2. I hate episode 2 so much. I just don't. Whatever was going through Sandy Peterson's head when he was forming this level, I just don't have the words, to be honest. Like, how. Where do I even begin with my hatred of this? I hate. I know I'm gonna repeat it, but that's because I just hate it so much. I just E2M3, I think this is. Like, I just don't like this one. It's a. I'm just gonna hyper focus. There's gonna be very little said during this level. torture. There is that much hatred of this level. I just want to get to the end. I don't care for 100% monsters. I don't care for 100% kills. Just get me out of this nightmare. Not a fan. Please let me just die with a little dignity. I need to... I hate this level so much. I really do. This is the level that... Oh. I've done this to myself though. Like, I have no one else to blame but myself for putting myself into this bloody predicament that I now find myself in. And I'm just... Wake me up one day. I just don't love this level. Don't like most of episode 2. Questions were asked as to why Sandy Peterson thought this was a good idea. Just let me get to the end of the level, please. I don't want to suffer. This part I hate. And again, I hate the rest of this level. I, 'cause, 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 ' agony to go through. Come over here. Takes care of him. Just let me get out of this level. I just hate this level. I just hate the refinery. I do. I absolutely hate it. Yeah, E2M3. Now. What have I done to myself? That's the question I have. What have I done to myself? I have definitely caused myself to endure torture. This... I don't know why I do this to myself, why I seem to be a sucker for such horrific levels of pain. But the fact is, I do inflict the pain upon myself, and I'm just... I didn't like episode 2, that's part of the reason why I was hesitant to do this kind of thing, because I knew I would have to go through episode 2. And... I know eventually I will have... I'm just walking around to get some blood in my legs. And like, I know I'm gonna have to go through Plutonia, which I know that's going to be sweet hell in ultraviolence. But yeah, I don't like episode 2. It's just one of the least favorite levels. I just can't, for the life of me, find anything remotely enjoyable about it. E1M1 is close to okay. E1M2 is acceptable. E1M3 I just outright hate. Like, I think this level, E1M4, I say E1, I mean E2. I think this one, E2M4, by far, is probably one of the few that I actually can enjoy the look of and the feel of, and don't dread nearly as much. But yeah, now I just don't have much in the way of anything in terms of ammo or like, I just don't have much. That level drained me of almost everything. I'd say this was the first semi-decent level in episode 2. And I'd say semi-decent, for lack of a better term. Because most of episode 2's levels are just not all that great. God, I'm gonna need to see a bloody... Definitely doing lots of regular, like, getting up and stretching. Simply because I need to keep the blood going in my legs. Yes, the couch is quite comfortable and, you know, cushioned well enough that I'm not having to worry about blood, you know, circulation problems. But the you know, even then, it's still wise that I get up a lot, and I was scratching my nose, Mr. Cacodemon. That's why I didn't move. Feel like there's another boy. Hello. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, fighting on the acid without the right suit. Ouch. Ouchie. Owie. Oh, I'm an idiot. I need to breathe. I'm feeling like I'm suffocating a little bit. I might have to find some kind of be right back soon screen, but no, I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that to you guys. I will suffer and stop crouching. They'll be back down here for me when I'm... Oh, unless you want to join me up here, that's alright. I don't mind killing up here and ahead of time. So many things wrong with most of these levels. This, I think, is a cool part of the level. You see, this is kind of design I would do. Very simple geometry that is unfortunately very horribly inspired. Like, this is unfortunately the kind of level design I would probably do. Is just, it's very like functional, yes, but functional and aesthetics I feel like need to go hand in hand. And unfortunately for me, I just don't know how to do good aesthetically pleasing levels without there being some kind of compromise. Oh no. Oh no. Now we'll go around quickly and just do a check of everything. There you are. This Stop cock blocking my ass. I'm definitely not playing the way a proper Doomer should, but honestly, I just don't care enough for episode 2 to play properly. But either way, that takes care of them. That's their pathetic asses all dealt with. Now, I could make use of a little, not exploit, but a feature, I guess. But I'm not going to use it because I'm an idiot that doesn't play Doom the way most would. But normally the Crusher you could use to get rid of some enemies if you kite them and if you got the health to do it. And I had the health to do it, but I just didn't care to do it. So... Hello there, boys! You guys are easy enough taken care of. Dead with your brothers. Alrighty. I don't want to go too far into that room. So I'm going to play a bit of Ring Around the Rosie Risk. Try to get this guy dead quickly. And we're going to be quick. And there we go. That part I hate, and we'll be getting to that. I just gotta... We'll go down here. This is interesting. Because I can just annihilate. Unfortunately, it does alert enemies to my presence. But I'm not worried. Just come here, you cacker. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. The enemy you want is right here. Oh, no. Stun lock and... That takes care of him. Not touching. The key in this case is that you gotta be careful not to be hit by the barbarians. Of course, I could just do this and get past them like that. The problem is I'm now at 3 health and I got to make it without the RNG fucking me over. That's why you don't want RNG fucking you over. There was that place I said we would go to, but with the amount of health we got, I wouldn't even give it a shot. Well, I guess we have to. Seems like a dead end. Until we realize it isn't. Now, I could use something that has a bit more kick and brute force, but that's not what we have. Problem is, as soon as we open up some of those doors, they're gonna open up to some rather nasty surprises. Whoops. I fucked myself in the foot. Oh, shite. You know what? Let's just try our luck. Nah, I got too low of a health. But I refuse to cheat. I refuse to let cheat. Yeah, there's just no health. Yeet. 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 I have gone through Sandy Peterson's House of Hell. And I'm about to go through another one. Yeah, so this is going to be the worst part. Yeah. The key here is you have to be consistently on the move or else you're gonna die. Good thing is, once they're taken care of, you don't have to worry. The armor is muchly needed, but so too would be some MMMMO. There somewhere. Maybe up here? Well, so they are. that's interesting in itself. I do want to kill them. But I'll take the imp and call it a day. Those barons are far too powerful. I keep forgetting about that. But I think those barons need to be killed in order to progress. This is going to be a matter of brains! Yeah, this is going to be a matter of brains over brawn. And I don't have any other weaponry with which I can utilize. Come down here. God, this tippy-toeing of the blasted. Yeah, that's just not gonna work. I predicted that would be the case. I need to go for a quick search around for, like, provisions, which I desperately need. Provisions were required. So we are going to go around and look for provisions. There's one set. Ow, ow. Okay. So, it appears as if I'm going to have to do something I really don't want to do, which is IdeaPad. This is what I'm willing to resort to. Yep. Resorting to cheating. Because I don't know, I'm a master of just not playing very fair. But I've forgotten where the button that I need to press is. 72 of 80. I've forgotten where the button that I need to press is. Oh! Oh! I remember now! I just saw it at the corner of my eye. I didn't need to cheat. I saw it at the corner of my eye. I'm an idiot. That's the ticket. That's the golden ticket right there. And here is a soul sphere, which I really need. Thank you! And we'll just leave those two barons to be. Do I think I'm going to be getting the secret level of this? No, I don't think so. I don't know where the what level it is, sadly. I know that it has a secret level, but I just don't know if it's this level, next level, or this one again is one of those kind of I don't really like it maps. This is just another one of those, I really don't like this level. One of the very few levels where, if I, like, episode 2 is just one of those few where I don't, actively practice on it, I don't go out of my way to play on it. Because it's just one of those levels that I just don't like. It's one of the, episodes I don't like. I don't fancy myself a fan of episode 2 of Doom. Episode 3 I'm a little more amicable towards, because episode 3 actually has some really good maps. And all of those were made by Sandy Peterson, so... You know, Sandy Peterson, for what it's worth, is not the worst Doom mapper by a long shot. He can make some good maps. It's just that episode 2 is probably some of his worst. Hello, just gonna casually turn you guys into thin red paste. Grab that health. This is torture. Did I just uncover the secret level? I think I just fucking did. Oh my f- Oh my gosh! I didn't think I was gonna hit the secret level! was a surprise. I didn't. I promise you that was... Oh no. Oh well. Yeah, this one I'm going to be royally screwed, but I know of a strategy I can employ. But oh, good lord. What have I done? What have I done to myself? I have screwed myself over in the the worst way possible. I am going to regret my decision to somehow find the secret level without really trying. And oh, good lord. Yeah, so as you can tell, this is, well, the definition of hell, really. But I know of a strategy that will work wonderfully if I don't get cocked blocked in the first place. Yeah, you'll want to go into every alcove and not get cornered in the process. Because the idea... Oh, come on. So the idea that I've seen, the kind of method of the madness, is actually getting them to infight. So the objective is simply just focus your efforts on getting them all bunched up, getting them in here, and getting them to infight. Which I don't normally employ the whole infighting thing, that's not really my style. But it does save a lot of ammo usually. It comes at a cost. Just want to make sure I'm keeping myself a wide girth where needed. Ow. And while they're infighting, I'm going to quickly duck into all the alcoves and just grab as much as I can in the hopes that I don't get killed in the process. But that's the strategy that I've seen used, and it generally works, with the exception of you. Yeah, I think this was a bit of a mistake on my part. Okay, so I had the strategy that works. The question is getting them all, which is tricky. But I'm going to employ this strategy. So what I'll do, I'll try to run around in circles without getting hit for it. Get them all into a nice little group, hopefully. And then grab the armor. And now, ah, that was too good. Too good to be true. The reason why you want to do the infighting is because there's not nearly enough ammo to go around, so you want to try to promote the whole infighting thing. Unfortunately, the Baron's all won out here. Will I have enough ammo? That's the gold question right now. Oh my god. That... I genuinely did not expect that to work as well as it did. And I did that with like very little like weaponry at my disposable. Disposable? Really? Whatever. Either way, now the area is nice and clear, which means I can go around and just grab everything. Which will definitely be of great help. Now, where was the door? Ah, yes. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. And ta-da! Again, that was just like... Also, that is the first time I've actually used infighting to my advantage. Because you don't get much ammo, that is seriously a tactic you really need to consider because it reduces the amount of caca damage, reduces the amount of ammo you expend, making it so the only ammo you have to expend is on the enemies that remain. But you want to try to exploit the whole enemy infighting thing when and where possible. So, exploit when possible. But I actually like Fortress of Mystery, bizarrely enough. It's actually one of my favourite maps of Episode 2. I can't speak for this one, though. I think this one is again one of those sort of meh ones for me. I'm just constantly worried. But I seriously did not expect to beat, to find the secret level of Episode 2. I really didn't. That was quite a surprise on my part. Because, to be perfectly reasonably honest, what I was expecting was just kind of, I don't know, that I would get to the next level, like that was the exit to the normal level, but yeah, it turned out I couldn't have been more wrong. Yeah, this one's definitely a meh level. Lots of sort of just unlocking little pieces of the map as you're going. And I'm just using up health packs when I... Oh no, not this one. Oh no! Oh no! I see these textures. I see the very level that is the bane of my existence. Okay, I don't hate this one nearly as much as I hate E1M3. That one... E1M3 is just straight up a case of I wouldn't even touch it. This one I would touch it, but it's... Like, this one's a bit of a... That part is what I hate. Don't get me wrong, I like the sort of... Hold on. Like, episode 2 is just not all that exciting in my eyes. Like I said, the way I'm personally inclined, there's maybe one, maybe two episodes out of the entire lot of episode 2 maps that I like, but I don't really fancy myself as a fan of very many episode 2 maps. There's definitely better. There's definitely better maps out there. That went poorly. Yep, wasting 3 rockets. The way you should play Doom. Wasting ammo. Hehehe. Hehehe. That's one way to make sure the headache is a little more alleviated. But what I hate is the fake exit. Like, I really hate the whole fake exit thing. We will return there in a moment. Oh dear, this part. Oh, to pain. You've been so damaged by the Pinky. So thank you, Pinky, for damaging him and making it so... This. Right here. This is the pain! Like, the imps are normally not the problem. The problem lays within the bloody fucking lost souls, which can royally get the fuck out of the game. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trigger happy. I'm very trigger happy. You know what, let's save a bit of ammo. Okay, we know to go down maybe one of these. Is this the right one, or did I come down this one? I just came down this one. There's so much I hate about episode 2. So many things I would change. You. That level. That part of it I hate. But then again, there's a lot of episode 2 I hate. This is the fake exit. And I know where the real exit is, so I'm not going to fall for that one. Ah, fuck you, Sandy. I'm going to do things the real way. The real way. I know where the real exit is, Sandy. There's no fooling my ass. This is going to sting. This is going to royally sting. I can definitively say I hate this level. Not nearly as bad as E1M3, but still. Pretty much hate it. This one I hate even more. Or this part of it I hate even more. Ow. And I've given myself a proverbial mountain that I need to climb, and I can't. Because I'm low health. And I have not got all the keys I need yet. This is going to go down very swell, so I'm glad I have a save point ready. Oh, beauty. Oh, double beauty! Guess what we got in the background there? I was wondering when I would have to battle one of you. Because this is gonna go swell. Yep. It's gonna go swell. Yeah, this is... Oh shit. I keep forgetting that. Hmm. Actually, I had a working strat there. I had a working strat that was going to work. That one didn't. Mm. I don't want to die again. There we go, at least it takes care of that. I'm glad that I've taken care of that. Now I'll just save it while I'm ahead of myself here. Now... I gotta remember that I'm going to need my higher end firepower in a moment. But I will need my crowd controller. Get my crowd under control. Or just... I mean, I did damage them pretty significantly with all that firepower. And now I've made it easier for myself. The question... Oh, you're joking. Two? Two? That's what you're giving me? Two? That's what you gave me. Two. Two. That's... I need to keep putting this down every couple of seconds. I mean, it wouldn't be Doom if it wasn't challenging. Let's just put it that way. But still, two, motherfucker, two. Hmm. Just breathe. Because I know that, like, well, I hate episode 2, episode 4 is going to be murder. Absolute murder. Um, I don't like episode 2. I just don't like episode 2. Like, here's how I'm just gonna get up and stretch. Here's basically how I'd rank it. Episode 1, Episode 3, Episode 2, Episode 4. Episode 4 is notoriously kind of got the Doom 2 vibes where the health and ammo system has been tweaked, making it so, you know, conserving of ammo and making use of the monster infighting is a bit more important. But it's also probably the first of Romero's, largely. There's only one level made by Romero, and that's Perfect Hatred. Yeah, most of the levels were made by American McGee, and they're just not very fun. Like, episode 2 is more enjoyable than episode 4 is, because, I don't know, the levels in episode 4 leave a lot to be desired. So, that's just how I kind of see it. But then again, every map is different, and I'm known to be kind of a mix between some kind of sadistic version of Sandy Peterson, I guess. And that's, well, that's a recipe for disaster even in itself. So, but as I'm stretching and just giving myself a bit of a walk around the couch just to get the blood flowing through the legs. So, yeah, this will probably end up being like a 6-hour live stream by the time I'm finished. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 8. But yeah, this will be a long live stream. I will say it right now, what I'm doing with this Doom-A-Thon, I know I haven't said it prior, the Doom-A-Thon is all building up this hype, not building up hype, but me finally going through and marathoning every Doom that has been released. So that means Doom, Sigil 1, or Doom, Ultimate Doom, Sigil 1, Sigil 2, then Doom 2 Hell on Earth, No Rest for the Living, Master Levels for Doom 2, then TNT Evolution, the Plutonia Experiment, then Doom 3, Resurrection of Evil, and the Lost Missions. I'm not looking forward to that. And then Doom 64 and Doom 2016. And then, as per my friend's request, he said when I get to Doom Eternal, he wants to be a part of that. And so I will have to let him know when that live stream is going to happen. I'll probably tell him a lot closer to it. Because he really wants to watch me get through Ancient Gods Part 1 and Part 2. I've played through the core Doom Eternal. I never played Ancient Gods Part 1 and Part 2. So this Doom-A-Thon is me going through every Doom and, you know, completing them. Whether or not they're 100%ed or not, that's for a different time. But the intent is not to 100% complete the game. It is to just complete the game so that way I can at least say that I have completed every Doom. Now, I already know I've completed Doom, Ultimate Doom. I know I've completed Doom 2, No Rest for the Living. I know I've completed TNT Evolution and Plutonia Experiment. I know I've completed Doom 2016. And I know I've completed Doom Eternal. So I've already completed a fair amount of Dooms. But this is the first time where it's like I'm really devoting myself to actually completing every one. No matter what. And I'm glad you got, if you're ever watching either after I've live streamed it or whatever, I'm glad you guys are joining me and watching. Hopefully it's entertaining for you. I can't speak if it is. But yeah, I'm very, very thankful and for all the highs and lows of this. My intent after I get to like Ancient Gods Part 2 is I'll probably do like a few sort of community WODs in mind. I'm thinking I might do Scythe 1 and 2 after I've taken care of those. I might start, you know, trying on others like Doom Zero. I forgot some of the other ones, but just trying some of the high-rated community megawads, and then as Doom the Dark Ages gets closer, that's when I'll, you know, prepare for that, and I will live stream Doom the Dark Ages on day of release. In fact, I will be able to play it 3 days prior, and I intend to live stream it then. So I am looking forward to Doom the Dark Ages, and I'm very excited to be doing it. And yeah, this is going to be a big life event. It's like, yeah, this dude's decided that, like, last month to just marathon through Doom. I tried to plan all this, like, last night. The entire thing last night, I was exhausted. As soon as I hit the darn pillow, I was just out like a light. So, yeah. I'm going to actually take a quick loo break, and I'll be right back. And now I've returned. I've also opted to make myself another cup of coffee because these are going to be a long live stream, so probably would help. Oh dear, you can see just the amount of movement happening with my mouse as I acquaint myself. Sorry. That just it. Oh, serious apologies for that. Oh, but there we go. Alright. Now we have the pain of two of those. So this is going to go down swell. I might as well save while I'm ahead. Give myself some room in amongst the very likelihood of my death. Will you stop crouching? My character just... This is going to end horribly. This is gonna end real horribly. Oh no. Hmm. Said I. This is gonna end badly. I'm just not very strategic. Please kill him. And give me room. Or don't. You know, your choice. My death apparently is of more importance to you than my life. Took me sideways. I mean, not really, but you get my point. Again, fuck me sideways. Would very much like to be able to get level done, please. Oh, for the love of... Yeah, I wouldn't say I hate this level, but to say I hate this level is an understatement. No. done headache pill after this. This episode 2 is the dictionary definition of just horror. Well, now I'm out in the open somewhat, just not in a very good place. Oh, come on. You couldn't let me have that. Okay, I know where there's health. So I'm gonna try my luck here. Testing my luck, really. Oh, come on! My aim was that bad. As in, like, my sense of direction. There we go. There's a little health. And there's a lot of health. And I lose most of it walking across the bloody acid. Well, at the very least, I've gotten health. Now the question is, can I survive this? I mean, to be fair, I shouldn't be questioning myself. I'm the king of Doom after all, but you know what? I'm an idiot. The stupidest idea I've had, but you know what? I'm willing to try any idea. Just die. Just die. Just die. Just die. That's all I ask of you. I am not asking for a bloody donation. Thank you. They're going to force me to take care of the trap. I don't want to do the trap. The game be like, you will do the trap. Don't want to do the trap. I don't want to do this area either. Don't like doing... Okay, well that's good. Health is always good. I'm so silent because I'm focused. I don't want to deal with... Okay. We'll just make sure that I come across more of the bloody... More of you! I'm dying. Or I'm going to die. I hate that. Not a fan of this level, not a fan of this piece. Without the light amplification goggles, I am virtually blind. What did I unleash? Well, the wake-up call was certainly a giveaway, but not my point. So, without light amplification goggles, I am completely useless. And what is it? I don't even know what the code to insert is. I'm going completely blind. Again, not as badly as I do E2M3. Jesus! I can tolerate this level relatively, but E2M3 I cannot. Oh my god, what a lifesaver. And even bigger lifesavers here. Better to try to clear out the area. This will go quickly. These other. Don't know where the enemies are coming from. Oh no, this is the fake trap that they're going to get you through. They make you think it's the right one and... Oh! Well, I knew one of them was the fake trap. Right into it, not even a chance to breathe, but then again, that is to be expected with Doom. Now I can breathe. And have a cup of coffee. Or drink, rather. Ah! Scalding hot coffee. Perfect. Okay. Go down here first. And you're dead. I do like this little design here. I love little design touches like that, personally. That would definitely be a thing on maps I do. Just tiny little design touches like that. This would be another thing I'd do, is like hallways of this kind, where it's like really got that sort of feel that I just like. And I probably could do it, but the thing is, like, I just don't have the motivation. Never mind. Alright, we'll try this. This one I don't think is that bad of a map, honestly. This is one of the early test maps that id made, so this is like up there with like id's older maps. But I personally enjoyed this one. This is one of those few maps that I can like of episode 2. Nope, nothing. But I don't mind this map. This map is probably not bad. Probably one of my favorite ones aside from the secret level. Like I said, you know, when it comes to episode 2, there's one, maybe two maps I like out of the entire bunch. But obviously I don't like every single one. And there's definitely two that I hate. One more than the other, but still, hate is hate, no matter what way you carve the cake. So there's a god mode orb somewhere here. I'm not treating this with god mode. I am literally doing this the long and hard way because that's what I do here. I don't do easy. I do, let's make things as difficult as possible. Don't ask me why I'm a... There it is. And I could have just done this. Just absolutely wailed on those enemies. So instead I'm going to do it to you. And you, because why not? Revenge! Ahaha. I remember John saying that this texture right here very seldomly got used because it was just, not a very good texture. But I think it actually really looks cool. And I would like to do more with that texture. And I think I will one day. I'm motivated to make my own levels. For me, it's definitely motivation when it comes to level making. Like, I just need the motivation to actually sit down and spend hours making a map. Like, I'm not, it's not that I can't make maps, it's just I am not motivated to, to sit down and actually devote to a map. If that makes any sense to you guys. Wimpies. Got the gunners. So I got the... So, why not make use of them? Personally, I actually think Heretic did better in terms of levels with the Doom engine than Doom did, when I think about it. And I mean, like, consistently across the whole game. Like, this was one of the early, like, levels. You could definitely tell, like, there's that sort of, you know, early Doom sort of vibe, because it feels like the level might be a bit on the unfinished side, but I kind of like it, personally. I can get behind this kind of level. Actually, a fun fact. I will how show in a moment. So there's a fun little computer screen, and I'm going to draw your attention to it for a moment. And so in the original design, Doom was slated to take place on a place called Taitanga. As you're seeing with the text there, it says Taitanga. This was a part. This is one of the remnants from the Doom Bible that Tom Hall drafted up. The original plan was, you know, you would play as either one of a fair different amount of classes on a planet called Taitanga, and yeah, that it was going to be like a class-based game, but for one, the technology wasn't there at the time, but more importantly, apparently most of the id team really didn't like the concept of classes in a game at the time. So naturally, it got left to the cutting room floor. Like I said, just bits and pieces of the Doom Bible made it into the final game, but not really much of it. I strongly urge you to look up the Doom Bible. It really is a worthwhile read. It gives you an idea of sort of the, I guess you could say, the original vision of Doom. Although it's more like the vision that Tom Hall had for Doom, I guess. So that's sort of how I see it. I feel like I'm just getting to the exit without intentionally getting to the exit. I wonder, does this do the directional thing? Nope. he just... It's the one direction, and I'm taking damage very, very needlessly. These will be easy because it's a nice wide open room. They all throw projectiles technically, but it happens to be convenient that I just happen to go in this find this area and, well, find a bunch of secrets. Alright, let's see. I've not been here yet, obviously. I actually prefer the corpses that always persistently remain because it lets you know the carnage you've caused. But more importantly, it acts as a great way of sort of indicating where you've been, more or less. Alright, take care of that. I expect I will have unleashed more hell. I feel like I'm going in circles now. Hello. That was not something I expected to find. Now I just gotta... This is used heavily in Sigil 2, that little eye thing. Oh, forgotten about this. Yeah, there was no way he was going to be getting out of that little hole. And here we go, the Tower of Babel. Hold on. Cup of coffee. Ah. So, you're approaching the midway point. Tower of Babel's actually a, yes, CL run true. I don't know where the one and only Cyber Demon is, but I don't have that many rockets, so I need to be frugal and... Hello, Mr. Cyber Demon. I can kill you with the greatest of ease. Ouch. That was a mistake on my part. Like, I know how to beat the Cyber Demon. I know how to beat the bloody Cyber Demon. Don't act like I'm a bloody nong. There we go. Ouch. He's going to fall one way or the other. Well, not before I fall a few times. Oh boy. Retreat, briefly. There's old Cybie. Somewhere, I know it. Ow. Did he really? And there we go, that's how you defeat the Cyber Demon, and voila! You've done it! The hideous Cyber Demon Lord that ruled the lost Deimos moon base has been slain, and you are triumphant. But, where are you? You clamber to the edge of the moon and look down to see the awful truth. Deimos floats above hell itself. You've never heard of anyone escaping from hell, but you'll make the bastards sorry they ever heard of you. Quickly, you rappel down to the surface of hell. Now it's on to the second final chapter of Doom Inferno. Grief! And there we go. Well, I will get it ready. So, this, I'm going to just walk around, get my legs... Like, I know I've been walking around a lot, but I kind of have to. Coffee. So, technically, if I was playing the original Doom, minus Ultimate Doom, this would be the last episode. But, Ultimate Doom came out to give us the fourth. Now, to say we're halfway there gets me tempted to quote Bon Jovi. But I'm not going to do that. But yeah, so far, we have made it halfway. Episode 1 and 2 accounted for. We're now on to episode 3, and then we got episode 4. I'm thinking before I do Sigil, I will do the 2 maps Romero did, E1M4b and E1M8b, which I would be inclined to try to complete those, just that way they're done and dusted. And then, we can then move on to Romero's other maps of Sigil and Sigil 2. I am very much excited. I genuinely am, because the fact of the matter is, once I've done these Dooms, I can then definitively say I have completed the official stuff for the OG Doom. Because, like I said, I've completed Ultimate Doom. I've not completed E1M4b or E1M8b. I have not completed Sigil, and I've not completed Sigil 2. So, you know, while I have completed the core Doom experience, I have not completed the, I guess you could call it, the extended experience. So, I'm very excited to do this. Episode 3, it's definitely more Sandy Peterson than anything, but this is probably the episode where he could really like flex his creative muscles, be free of like Tom Hall's half-done levels, and really like explore at his leisure. I actually quite like episode 3, much better than episode 2. What do I like about episode 3? They're distinctive, for one. They're distinctively different from the sort of UAC-like feeling bases of the first two. They're just enjoyable. Much better so. I honestly believe that this episode is a showcase of Sandy Peterson's best work. Possibly. So, that's the way I see it. Is, you know, that this is Sandy Peterson's best work. I just wish that, Episode 4 was American McGee's best work and not just some maps that he made and they just put it together. I think it would have probably made more sense to just push Ultimate Doom maybe off one more year, give American McGee more time to make more maps, and then, you know, get him to make like 36 different maps, and then from that pool of 36 you pick his best maps to put into Ultimate Doom as Episode 4. That would have made probably Episode 4 better, as it would have included American McGee's best levels. Which, the way kind of... I honestly agree with Romero in a way that you want to make sure your best levels are at the beginning of the game. And I believe, honestly, that should be applied to all Doom mappers doing... well, I believe that should have applied to all of them. Like, Tom Hall left midway through Doom, so, you know, his levels were going to be half-baked, and Sandy just did, you know, sum them up. But I believe, basically tell them, make 36 maps. In the time that you're here, make 36 maps. As you're mapping, you will, of course, get better at mapping, more familiar with what works and what doesn't. And then, once you've made your 36 maps, we will choose 9 of the best maps, and then put those into an episode. That means that every mapper, only their best work is being shown. That's how I honestly believe it should be. Yeah, it means it takes a bit longer to get the maps out, but for what it's worth, you want to put the best foot forward. Doom already put its best foot forward. I believe it could have put its best foot forward even further by showcasing the best of every person doing maps. So, yeah. Anyways, now that I've officially given my legs some much needed blood, circulation, whatever. I love my coffee. I don't drink a lot of coffee. This is probably the first time where I'll probably be drinking generally more than I usually do, I will say. So, this will be easy enough to start. Again, I doubt highly I'll get the secret level, but the secret level is pretty much a transplant of this, just a little bit more of it, which is interesting. This, however, is torture. Like, really? This is probably the only part about episode 3 I don't like. Is the intro part. Like, you're going to expect me to beat a Cacodemon with just a pistol? Like, to be fair, it is possible, and I will prove that. But still, it's just like, really? Like I said, entirely possible. Just, it's like, really? This is your expectations of the player? Now, there probably is something in there, and I want to check it. But I mean, in any case, it's... the full force of hell is nothing. This, however, I hate, because it's... Fortuitously, that is... Like, this level is easy, but it's just that beginning part makes you kind of wonder, really? Come on. Do health, I can do this. Let me just grab a few provisions before we move on. Yeah, I don't think there are any secrets really on E1M1. This one's interesting because it's such an interesting map. But I want to actually be a bit cautious with this map. This one I like. I like this map. This is a good map. I mean, say what you will, I'm gonna die. Put simply, I'm gonna die. Yep, that was... Hold on, I need to stretch and I'm gonna die again. I need that health pack badly. Thank you. Punch him. And... I got... Well, swap to a weapon! Do I have the setting that allows this to swap to the weapon when needed? I don't think it is. Let me go. Full options. Yes. Always run. There we go. I'm gonna have to play cautiously to open up here. Yeah, this is gonna end, I imagine. Yep. Well, that was just pathetically done. come on. Let me have a chance. This is gonna end terribly, I can just see it. But I mean, I've been out of tighter binds than this. So... oh boy. Nope. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. That's one way to embarrass a caca. However, I myself am in a very tight spot. I am living on a wing and a prayer here. And you start with 2 health there. Like, it is a challenge in itself. There is no doubt about it. There is a challenge in starting with very, very little health and having to navigate episode 3. I'm just looking at the live stats here, and yeah, this will definitely be a relatively long, like 8 hours. Oh dear, what have I done to myself? That's alright, I'll deal with it. No, don't! Of course. One thing I hate. Lost souls. You know what? I'm gonna just be an idiot. Really? I was not intending to start this from low health. But here I am. This was not going to be a video about doing the impossible. Video? More like close stream. Oh shit. Breathe. Breathe. I am not going to cheat like I did that one time. Nope. I was gonna have none of that. None of that. There we go, now I'll save it. Of course. I expected nothing less but the worst from the full fury of hell. I expect nothing but the worst from the full fury of hell's forces. To be fair, I said I expect nothing less than the full fury and nothing but the worst. I am being delivered exactly that. Come here. And I'll punch you to death. Yeah, this is gonna end badly. I've been playing pretty damn piss poorly. I expect nothing less than your death. Yeah, standing there is obviously not a smart idea, but that's just how I tend to play. I tend to play like an idiot who doesn't know how to play the game. You know, you give me rockets, but no rocket launcher. That's not overlooked. Notice how it looks suspiciously like a hand? That's by design. And I absolutely love that. This was a bad idea. But punching cacodemons? Always fun. There's just something so satisfying about beating the living shit out of a cacodemon. And now let's go into here and grab all the stuff. Bring it. I am always expectant of nothing less but the full force of Hell's ultimate fury. Ouch. The slough or slew or whatever you want to pronounce it as of despair. It's an excellent map. I love it. I love this song because it's based off of a Slayer song. I'm not a thrash metal person, but I like the song. I just couldn't help it. Air drum that bit. Doot 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 doot. Now, starting at 33 health makes things difficult, so I might have to go into this with a kind of momentum first approach. Just go in with all the momentum. Never mind. Oh wait. I watch a YouTuber regularly that plays a lot of these games. Goes Big Mac Davis. I watched his walkthrough. That's why I know where some of the things are. But the problem is I don't remember everything. So obviously I don't go around 100% completing. But I do like Big Mac Davis. He's a cool cat. That was probably worded the wrong way, but I'm going to go with that. You will die, because you're just annoying. Oh boy. Oh! I seem to have an affection for causing my own death more times than I need to have. I seem to be attracted to death. I wonder if that's a disease. Now there's something somewhere. Ow! I'm gonna die. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm certain there's a BFG somewhere. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, that was. Alright, grab some hip. I'm gonna try to take care of. Okay, now that I know where the BFG is, I know how to minimize on. I'm in the lava! Of course I'm not allowed to get it. It's either risk dying and get the BFG, or... Yeah, I just wasted a bunch of BFGs just to get the area a little more cleared. Because I am that wasteful of the ultimate weapon in all of Doom, and maybe even all of gaming. In fact, I think the BFG is the best weapon in all of gaming. Nothing surpasses it in power, in spread. It is the ultimate FPS weapon. Grab the BFG, run to here, grab the healthers. That's one way to clear out that area and make it easier. Now, where's the sinker picky? There. No, 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 don't. We want to save, not load. I'm glad I got the BFG now. Because now I can worry about other things. Oh my goodness, you were there. You've blended right in. You do not. Hello, that was a damaging flaw apparently. Let's save it right. That's the back way to the area I was no I could go around in two different ways. This is gonna end badly. Because of him. What I would like is a weapon more than capable of killing him quickly, but nothing I have that. Stop retreating! That took care of him. No, don't load. Save! Oh my. And really? Thank you. That went a bit poorly for me. Well, that takes care of them. What I would like is my shotgun to have ammo, and it does have ammo, and I'm glad. Next, I need to go to the area that I need to go to. And I think I remember where to go. I do remember. I think this thing will open up to some enemies. I didn't want that. So I want to be ready. Because also that BFG shot was very wasteful. We will return to that flashing exit in a bit. This. What I was wanting, and now I got it, and I'm glad. But wait, what if this is a trap? Nope. It's just an exit. Ah. Like I said, a lot of episode 3's maps I actually quite like. So, there's not really any ill hate on most of episode 3's maps. I actually never really extrapolated too much why exactly I like episode 3's maps. It's just there's something unique about them and different enough to the point where it doesn't feel like, you know, more of the same or just very uninspired stuff. Like, Sandy, you're not a bad mapper by any measure of the word. I've seen mappers who have made far worse than you. I make far worse than you. So, rest assured, Mr. Peterson, that your maps were not the worst of the worst by any measure of the word. I'd make the argument that my maps are actually cancerously bad. Oh, that just seems like a darn trap waiting to happen. There's only one map in like episode 3 I hate, and I think it's the next one. Because it's just so confusing of a map. Aside from that one, episode 3 is generally a good one. Episode 1's definitely my favorite. Like, there's just no darting around the facts there. Like, I love episode 1 of Doom. Just those two maps in episode 1 I don't like. In fact, I'd make the argument that the amount of liked to hate maps ratio in Doom is pretty well evened out, I'd say. Like, there's generally that one episode I love, that one episode I hate, and then there's one episode with a select majority of the maps that I hate, and a Doom episode where there's a majority of the maps that I love. So, I'd make the argument that the majority of the maps I experience that I can enjoy are not too bad. Now for this, I'm going to just... That was just a complete waste of God mode and an even bigger waste of a BFG, as the BFG did almost nothing. But then again, it's all RNG. It's all RNG. You gotta understand, RNG is what pretty much dictates a good majority of how Doom does things like damage and even the melt screen. Doom is a very RNG heavy game when you really think about it. Everything depends on RNG rolls. The way you know, like, whether or not you can sort of stun lock is every enemy has their own, like, pain chance. I think the Lost Soul has the highest, where just shoot, like, attacking them will stun lock them. and the Archvile has the lowest. But when their pain chance doesn't go off, that's what gives them the opportunity to make their attack, is when their pain chance doesn't go off. When their pain chance gets triggered, or when they activate their pain chance thing, their attack is not activated. So it's very interesting, at least in my view. Everyone is different about how they view the very word interesting. I certainly think it is. But yeah, once we get to Doom 2, probably tomorrow, hopefully, you know, we will see the Archvile eventually. I hate the Archvile. In Doom there's one map, well not Doom 2, sorry, Plutonia actually, called Hunted. Oh fuck! That was just pathetically done. I probably should blow these up in ahead of time so that way that doesn't happen again. Yes, the wise man's action. But when Doom 2 introduced the Archvile, there's this maze in Plutonia, and it combines two of the things I hate the most: mazes and Archviles. Because all it is just an Archvile maze, and of all the things I will definitely dread, that will definitely be among them. And I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be very happy when I get to Plutonia. Oh, Hunted's going to absolutely haunt my dreams. I had the right idea. That takes care of them for now. This is a bloody the worst part of this map because of the way it. Of course. Having 4% health is never good. Oh, come on! I was just trying to... You know what, I'll fucking come back to that one later. Yeah, of course, naturally I am a trigger-happy lunatic. It's all too happy to pull the trigger as soon as he sees something move. Trigger-happy lunatic? Oh yeah. Oh no, what have I done? Nothing. Ugh. Really? We're pulling naps done, are we? Sometimes you just have to do things the slow and steady way, and I am doing this the poor and pissy way. Here I am trying to remember everything. This is going to be a cruel man's joke. Is the guy puts a bloody Hell Knight right where you don't want him. And I have nothing. This is torture. When you're above, you can pick them off. That's a bad idea, but I also have nothing else. Yeah, this screams trap. Beating the shit out of him right at the end. This is the map I hate. This is the map I hate. This is the map everyone hates. It's the one map. This map is just a confusing fuckery of fucking teleporters and more teleporters, and just has you done pulling your hair out wondering why the fuck would anyone have made a map of this caliber? For that matter, why is it in the official Doom game? This is the map everyone hates. It's such a bad map. It's such a bad map. It makes the other maps look like goddamn god tier maps. I just don't know if I have it in me to be able to keep going with this map. The thing is, like, I gotta go through it. Otherwise, it's not completing Doom. And I'm just... Where do I begin? Should I just say end my bloody misery right here, right now? I don't want to do this map. I really don't want to do this map. I don't want to do it. Everyone hates this map. Everyone hates it. And rightfully so that everyone should hate it. It doesn't... Such a universally hated map. There's a fine line between torture and pain. And this is both torture and pain. Oh dear. Yeah, the outside here is just all parts pain. Because it uses teleporters to a rather unhealthy extent. Like, look at all this! There's so many fucking teleporters! This is by far the worst possible level of episode 3. It's just not a very good map. It's a terrible map. Most Doomers absolutely hate this, loathe this map, and would rather. There we go. Welcome to the pain of the map. You try to find your way out, and there's just this. I just don't have the words because it's such a bad map. Normally a BFG would have taken care of all this, but now that they're spread out here, at least, there's room to get the enemies that were in there dealt with. But the problem is, they're so over the teleporters, it's so easy for them to become scattered around the map. And for 100% completionists, not necessarily me, but for like 100% completionists, this map is a nightmare. Like, you get your worst enemy to play this map. You yourself do not play this map. See what I mean? I didn't even have to stand there and just... There's just so many questions as to why people thought that this was why Sandy Peterson thought this was a good idea for a map. I wouldn't make a map this far sadistic. At least not so damn teleporter heavy. Like, fine, I would torture my players, but this is a new low. Of course. Oh, I just hope to finish this map as quickly as possible because I just don't want to be dealing with this map. All I want is the ending. I don't care I don't care so much about 100%ing this map. I just want to just Oh no. Oh no. Yes. Please. I just want out. Now this is a great map of episode 3. I love this map. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with that headache of a map. That bloody teleporter heavy. Unholy Cathedral, E3M5. I don't want to deal with it. I hate dealing with it. And I need to breathe. Oh. It's just... Of all the maps that Sandy Peterson could have done, that was one of them. And it is just... shit. Shit. Absolute shit. That's what it is. I just don't understand why he had to darn think that overuse of teleporters was a good idea. So, yeah, look, Sandy, you're a good mapper, but you're not a great mapper. John Romero is a great mapper. You are about average, maybe slightly better than average, considering the average most people do. So, I just don't like that map. Unholy Cathedral, it can royally get the fuck out of Doom. I hate the map. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Worst map of episode 3, in my opinion. Oh. I need to just take a moment to breathe. A moment to, like, gather my thoughts. Considering it is 12 o'clock, I'm going to quickly make with some lunch, and then I will be back. So, don't go away. Oh well, I guess I don't have any viewers watching at the moment, so it doesn't matter. But either way, yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned, and whew, I must say, it feels good to not have to deal with that. But now comes the best level, in my opinion, which is Mount Erebus. Here we go. Bonk. Now we'll make sure we just save real quick while we got some ammo. Ow. Now logic would dictate you don't want to come too far up here because of him. But I kinda want some extra ammo. And I figure it would be equally logical to take care of majority of the enemies up here while I can. Yeah, I'm not dealing with you now. Not right now. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? What I've done? I'll face myself, but cross out what I become. I'll race myself and let go of what I've done. Out we go. No thank you. Oh boy. This was a bad idea. I think the better idea was to come here. Oh boy. But I do like this map. This is actually a really good map. Thank you. Nope. Hello. Mount Erebus, the true test of Hell's forces against the player's metal. I love it. Whoops. I think I need to do a bit of, like, checking in. Come on. There's an obvious plan here that I can operate with, and I just don't know it. Just always trying to get myself into a comfy position, because I am sitting on my brother's couch when I'm doing all this. In my opinion, this is the best map of episode 3. I know that this map has the secret level on it. Of course. I must get stuck, otherwise it's not Doom. Here I am desperately trying to do things in a way that makes it so I can get rid of the most amount of enemies with the least amount of ammo, and it just doesn't work that way. I mean, it could, but we're talking about strategically doing things in a certain way. That pisses me off, because they know better than to do that. But then again, It also goes without saying that they want me dead, by any means necessary. So naturally, they're going to see to it that that is exactly what happens. Oof. That was intriguing. Seriously? I'm just trying different, like, methods of, like, you know, attacks. Of course, I have absolutely no ammo to speak of. I'm just unleashing hell, more and more of it. But the funny thing is, this is such a wide open area. Ay. When I say I want to die, I will die. There probably is always a strategy, like Big Mac Davis always has one, but I just don't like. I like my Doom just kind of strategyless and being like a badass. I was wondering why I was hearing so many fucking lost souls. I am in low health territory and I didn't even realize it. Him being stuck up there makes this easy. Beautiful. Really? Picky demons. Picky offy demons. Welcome to Picky Offy Demons. And that, my friends, is how I dealt with them. Oh, hello. There's more khakis to take care of. No problem. except I'm rapidly running out of shells. Gonna take care of him. Kinda sounds a little bit like they're saying "ow" every time you know, shoot them. Oh, come on! Couldn't let me have that one? Oh, we were getting along oh so well. I'm so silent because I'm just, thinking. The brain is processing slowly. Oh, beauty. I was wondering when I would see more of them. Draw. I don't think there's any more health. Only 2 more demons? Ow. That one. Oh, come on. That was hardly worth being called fair. Alright. I need to quickly stand up. My legs are feeling a bit, towards the thigh. Gotta get the blood pumping. Oof. Man, this map, I do like it. I do like this map very much. The reason why I'm silent is because I'm focused. Like, I wouldn't be, you know, so silent if I wasn't so focused. So, just checking the front door quickly. Because I'm expecting a bitch. No, nothing. That's alright. That's fine. But yeah, I am enjoying this map, as one might. I'm just... Oof. Man, those cacos can when you're low on ammo, your primary means of dealing with the cacodemons kinda goes. That's not to say the shotgun is, ineffective. The shotgun is certainly very effective for what it is. Just checking a few things before we keep going. Just gotta get... I just gotta get some blood, like, into the legs every now and then. So that means getting up and walking around and basically ensuring that that I'm not cutting circulation off to my legs. So, you know, doing the right thing, you know, get up every now and then, do a wee bit of exercise, even if it's just a lap around the couch. So, alrighty. Let us get to slaying somehow. Somehow being the king's word. I will say this much, the position that I am sitting in, while the couch is certainly comfortable, oh my god. I don't want to use the chainsaw if I can avoid it. I'm out of ammo! And I cannot find anywhere with it where there would be a particular surplus of ammo. Ouch. That was a bit unfair. You can't just attack a man in the back like that. That's just cruel. My little place for picking them off. Except it won't be so effective by the moment I fire my last shotgun round. Can't even make the chainsaw effective. There's a computer area map. Well, there we go. There's some health. Why? I can't get. Hey, there we go. Telefrag. Hey, buddies. I'll just brush your teeth. Hello, you need your teeth brushed. Let me brush them for you. There you go. The second round of cacos, on the other hand, I am very unsure I'll be able to beat. I forgot where they are even. They'll turn up eventually, that's a given. 112 or 126. I'd like the map for the fact that it's wide open. If there's anything to give it criticism for, is also, bizarrely enough, exactly that. It is very wide open. Says I. Let's just turn off that chainsaw so that way we don't have to constantly hear it whirring on idle. Oh boy. I have a chance to do this, but I gotta... Well, I mean, that is something, but it's also, well... I think I've also just unleashed more hell upon myself. Oh boy. Well, I better hope that I can find a way up top, because there's... $119. Six monsters left, which have to be cacodemons, I'd imagine. I imagine they're going to be from this. Hmm. There we go. Come on. Come over here, cacos. Alright, what do we got here? 126 or 126. Not a single enemy more. Okay, so it's only an armor bonus, which would be useful if I could get over there without taking more damage than I need to. So now I have to think. All demons defeated. I feel like I know the way, but it's just... it's going to cause a lot of damage, and I also don't have the ammo I need. I also forgotten how. Because the way is the, that, but it's the, it's the way to the secret level, I think it is. But it's... I don't remember how to actually... Hello? That was a TP, a transport, but I don't... By what it looks like there, the exit. Okay, hold on. Let me see where the. Okay. So I'm just looking at my minimap here. I see what very much appears to be two teleporters that will lead to either side of that building. I need to think about this one. Because the only other teleporter is in this room. That leads to here. Oh! I forgot about the ledge, but again, you kind of have to cheeky rocket jump it, and I don't have a rocket. There is no way you could get in there without a cheeky rocket jump. And I've also got such low health that, quite frankly, I'll just die anyway. So, there's only one choice in the matter. IDDQD. IDDQD. IDFA. I know, cheating. Done. That's not fair. But considering I've pretty much exhausted this map of its supplies, I'm willing to accept this. I just gotta make sure I'm lined up, and I better save it because I'm no good with rocket jumping. There we go, there's... And I think this will go to the secret level. Yeah, I had a feeling it would. I wasn't really going for the secret level, to be honest. Like, the secret level is cool, because it's like, you know, at first you think you've been taken to the first level until you realize you haven't. Well, that's just cool. Cruel and unusual punishment. Whatever. Look, I would love to go completely cheatless, and I normally could if I had a strategy in place and I played that map properly, but I didn't play it so properly, so therefore, you know, I feel I was probably vindicated in my use of cheats. Why I keep going that way, I don't know. I will never know. A lot of you might be there thinking, oh, well, this will be a walk in the park for me. Well, yes and no. The secret level has more to it than the actual beginning. It's actually a clever trick. Like, yeah, you're used to the first level being so easy. Well, How about we ramp it up to 10 and show you the map's full capability? As you will soon see. We'll save it here. Now you'd think it's all good in the hood, right? Well, I'm going to use my buvg. Nope. And then from here on out, the level just goes, yeah, E1M3. The secret level is no excuse. But that's what makes it fun! Casually just uses the pistol like it's no one's business. Yeah, not as, nothing like it was, eh? It's a different map now. Oh dear. Let's save some of our ammo. Just embarrass the old cyber demon with the oops. Yes, with the oops. That is what that maneuver is called, the oops. But no, I'm sorry, that was pathetically done. Permit me to do things proper. 4 and 5 BFG slots, and consider the cyber demon toast. I think it's raining. Such hardcore focus. But it ain't over yet. No way it isn't over. And that's the exit. Gate to Limbo. Probably one of the very few maps in the episode 3 that I don't necessarily like it, but I don't dislike it none either. That's a nasty trap for those unprepared. That's how I end up losing my stuff because, yeah, I'm a trigger happy lunatic. Logic dictates if you're such a trigger happy lunatic, maybe not using the gun that could kill you in a heartbeat would be a good idea. Instead maybe utilizing a weapon at least not going to kill you in a heartbeat would be a good idea. I never play with a strategy. I just play. I want this ready. I just see bad and worse. I'm just aimlessly walking about because I'm. This is again, aside from like episode 1, I am pretty much clueless as to where to go or whatever to do, and I just kind of play until I find what I'm after. Okay, that looks like progress. But then again, so does this. I forgot they're here, not. Okay, just needing to make sure I keep. Now let us not go in with a rocket launcher in tow. Now we're going to have to try to remember things here, which I won't because I have got the worst memory in the world. Normally I would say, oh, I see, but the fact of the matter is, I don't see. Because again, I am aimlessly just walking and hoping and... So I took that teleporter in from a certain side, but I feel like it's the other side I need to take it on. Ow, 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 ow. Mazes, my word. Thing I hate most. The horror. Hello. Let me just casually make life easier for me in a future room. Yellow key, which I unsurprisingly don't have. Again, the yellow key, which I unsurprisingly don't have. And there's the key, the golden key, as it were. But obviously there's a way to get around there. It's not that, maybe. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, come on. You couldn't let me... I'm going to metaphorically kill myself because I am an idiot. Oh. Oh, how long have we been doing Doom for, give or take? 6 hours! Jesus Christ! I've been at it for that long and I haven't even gotten close to done episode 4. I think I might be, over my head, so to speak. I didn't think it would take me that long. I've spent so long aimlessly wandering. I didn't think that I would take this long. But it is going without saying, I'm actually starting to get tired. I might not get to Sigil 2 and whatnot today. No, no, no. I'm not going to let myself think that. I will keep going at least until I can push for 8 hours if I can. And I'm just going around in a circle because I'm an idiot that doesn't have very good memory. I'm gonna die again. Dag nabbit. Oh, hello there. That certainly did something. I think that's the wrong way. Oh boy. I think I know where I need to go and just hope. And there we go. Now comes the gold. Ow, 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 ow. And I think this is the way to go. Come on, let me... It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt more. I am so good at finding my way around. I know it was going to be a Doom-A-Thon, but considering that I've been at this for like nearly 6 hours, I'm actually starting to get legitimately on the fatigue side. Because I'm finding it harder and harder to like be able to think. I might have to continue more of this Doom-A-Thon. Next day, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that maybe I could push for 8 hours, but that's quite the push. So it's, don't get me wrong, I love Doom, but my brain's like starting to become a bit on the not roasted side, but it's just becoming very clear that I'm gonna die here and not get anywhere. Because there's no such thing as like not taking massive chunks of damage across damaging floors. Okay, I didn't take any damage there, that's good. Let's save it while we're ahead of ourselves. Let's save it. Please be the right one here. No, but close. So that way was not the way to go. That's definitely the way to go. Yeah. For the love of beans. come on, let me... OMG, thank you. Except I'm left with literally 3% health. Oh dear. This is the Spider Demon Mastermind level. Oh, I don't know if I could possibly keep going. Like, I've already been at it for like, what is it at this point? Almost 7 hours. Like, fine, yeah, that's not a whole hell of a lot of time, but for me, that's pretty fucking big. Like, I've never live streamed in the history that I've live streamed. This is the longest live stream I've ever done, and I'm going to die. I'm gonna die. So I better hope to bloody hand it up my done. The RNG just favors me. Oh god, that was so close. I could see her pain frames that basically say that she was ready to go. Please be healthier. Fast. No, I gotta just move it. So close, but I'm literally at 3% health. He couldn't possibly. Nah, so you gotta be alive in order for the thing to trigger. That's okay. I just gotta pray. 1. Hide. 2. Hide. Gotta be actively paying attention. 3. I think it's 5 shots. 1. Oh, it fired pretty much right away. There's no way you could beat her. Not on 3 health, but I'm going to. So close! Could I have at least have allowed it? I will beat this thing. Hold on. Stupid question. Okay, so crouching does nothing. Will you die bloody... I'm taking care of things my way then. Not good. I just need health. That's all I need. ID full? No. IDDQD. I just can't beat the mastermind, like, without being somewhat a decent amount of health. There we go. Why didn't you just... That's RNG for you. The loathsome spider demon that masterminded the invasion of the moon bases and caused so much death has had its ass kicked for all time. A hidden doorway opens and you enter. You've proven yourself too tough for hell to contain. And now, at last praise fair, for you emerge from the door to see the green fields of Earth. Home at last. You wonder what's been happening on Earth while you were battling evil unleashed. It's good that no Hellspawn could have come through that door with you. And that technically would be the end of the original Doom. But thy flesh consumed. I don't know if I got the mental stamina to do it. Honestly, like I've been at this since 7 o'clock, and it's like 1 o'clock, or just about nearly 7 hours of live streaming. The problem is that if I do what I think I'm doing, where I end the stream now, I'm gonna still have like episode 4, E1M4a, E1M4b, and E1M8b, Sigil and Sigil 2 left to go, and I'll be behind by a day. I don't know. I honestly don't think I had the mental fortitude to keep going. At least not for now. Um, it's just 7 hours is quite a lot for me. It really is. Normally I do about 4, but I really want to do this Doom-A-Thon, and I was really done telling myself I would push myself to do it. But honestly, considering that 6 hours has taken it out of me pretty damn well, I think what I'm gonna do is call it there and pick up tomorrow with episode 4. Um yeah, pick up with episode 4. Oh, hopefully my OBS is not giving me issues. Yeah, so I'll keep going with episode 4 and basically continue on there, maybe do another 6 hours. It's clear that I can only really do at best like 7 to maybe 8 hour bursts, so if this live stream is anything to go by, it's more like a 7 hour burst. Um, but yeah, this is going to take it out of me. But I'm going to be absolutely exhausted, honestly. Like, I will be definitely well and truly exhausted come, the time I get to the end. So, yeah, I'm going to call it there. I want to thank you guys all for joining me for at least the first 3 episodes, which that's a momentous occasion in itself. But yeah, so thank you all for joining me today. It's been a blast in many ways, and yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna end of the live stream and I'm gonna go rest because I need it. So thank you all for joining me today, and I will see you guys tomorrow where we will polish off. I intend to polish off episode 4, Sigil 1, Sigil 2, E1M4b, and E1M8b. Hopefully, we can get through them, and then I will be able to move on to Doom 2. I might have to do some recalculating, but I'll give my brain a break for now. So, thank you all for watching, and until tomorrow, I will see you guys then. Bye bye.